So you want to speak in? Sorry.
All right, can anybody online come on camera and give a thumbs up if you can hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you, Raul.
Perfect. Okay, excellent, excellent.
And is anybody going to speak on the Zoom?
On the meeting, no, the online participants are intentionally muted.
Okay, that's fine.
There is an organizer there is that can unmute somebody, but they're recommended to do chat only.
So is there going to be any audio?
They will listen only.
Okay, they were listening. Okay.
It's a webinar kind of situation for
Clear
them.
my part of it. Any difficulties? I'll be right in.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen for online folks. I just want to know, again, a thumbs up or down if you can see. Are you guys able to see the screen with projections on a PowerPoint slide? Yes, thumbs up. Got it. Perfect. Awesome. Awesome. All right. For online folks, the meeting is being recorded right now. Got to be close to you because this mic's going to be picking up on the.
Can I put this down?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna wait for the last people to come in and find their seats. There's always influx exactly 5 minutes after the official start. But if I can cut from the intro.
It's a look like it's a line outside.
I don't know why we have very few people in this. So we got 3.
Gaurav, can you check if there's what's that table? Why is there underrepresentation there?
I feel like we.
Just check.
Yeah, just make sure
Make sure-
the last 2 maybe go in this table.
No. Don't.
Okay, don't ruin it, but there is.
So we're doing a random allocation as you come in. The belief is that people are walking in by random and they are being asked to identify their experience in building concept sets in Atlas. Depending upon their experience, they have been assigned sequentially to a table that they do not know what that disease is. And they come to know when they sit at the table that they are assigned to systemic lupus erythematosus or rheumatoid arthritis and so on. And it is a stratified sampling because stratified randomization because it's 2 levels. You are either an expert or you are not an expert. And there is a 3rd level, which is you are a beginner. Beginners are not randomized. You are welcome to move from one place to the other. Just explaining at a high level logistic. That's what we're doing. The bottleneck is the randomization right now because people are coming in and being asked that question, being assigned a color, then being given a place to sit. There's a line outside.
I think Katie didn't get randomized, but it's okay.
Hmm?
Okay, and we can give 2 more minutes.
So there is nothing for it. About going to share more details about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna start together. Okay. I see 2 more people. We'll get started. Here we got 1 more here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for. Oh, Patty has a question. You need to speak from here. Okay.
This is for a video recording. This is not for the online podcast.
Only I speak loudly. No. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know this is the 3rd day of the symposium, and usually people are so tired and very inspired by the night before. Who joined the yesterday, the whole day? Did you guys stay for the playing with the Earth globe? Yeah, Patrick's closing talks are always the highlights.
6 times is my name.
And but it's also very, very inspiring. The third day, usually you come out of the full symposium day and you feel like you're gonna do something. And that's why the work groups meetings always happen on that third day, because that's when people are energized and feel they can do something and they can contribute. And I'm glad we got all of you to contribute to the science of phenotyping. My name is Azza Shoaibi. I am an OHDSI collaborator for now 10 years. And this is Gautam Rao. He is also an OHDSI collaborator. I work for Johnson & Johnson.
And I work for a company called EPAM.
And we both co-lead the phenotyping working group. Some of you are here because you've been active in the phenotype working group, and some of you have never heard of the working group, maybe never heard of OHDSI, and this is your first time, and it doesn't matter. The idea of the working group meetings during the symposium, it's the only time actually during the year that the working groups of OHDSI get to meet face-to-face and get to see more people, new people, and hopefully they stick with us so we can work throughout the year on problems that we identify as an open community of scientists that want to work on resolving problems that affect the health of our communities. Okay, so, oops, this is not, oh, here we go. Okay, so for this meeting, for this face-to-face meeting today, we decided, the working group decided that we're gonna use our time together and with the new people to actually do a fun workshop and a little experiment. The people who put things together are myself, Gautam. We had also Christopher McCauley as one of our main investigator, and we have Gaurav, who is helping with all the randomization, helping all of the logistics
It's
today.
a master ceremony. If you have any logistic questions, please ask Gaurav. He's way in the back.
And then Patrick, Ryan, and Martine helped us in setting up the sequence of the events. So it's so our results are useful or valid scientifically. And then John Hopkins is hosting or helping us with the IRB process for all the data that will be collected today. And as a reminder, everything is being recorded. We have an informed consent. We have some online participants. If at any point you feel uncomfortable or not feeling good, you can ask us to stop. You can leave. You can ask us to stop the recording. It's all under your control. All good? Okay. So the working group, so as I said, we co-lead the phenotype working group, and our mission is really to improve the quality and the reliability of the evidence we generate from observational data by advancing the science of phenotype development and evaluation. And if you choose to join to be here today, then hopefully you know what a phenotype is. It's in observational science we use this word and we're like, oh, phenotype, and then if you meet somebody from the from like biology or pathology, they're like, what, phenotypes? That's completely something else from what you guys talk about with code lists and stuff. But we believe the phenotyping is one of the most important building blocks for any observational study. And that's where we think also, that's where we always make our mistakes. But that's where we have a big opportunity of improvement to improve the evidence we generate from our observational data. Okay, so the area of focus of the working group, we develop phenotypes for the use of the community for multiple use cases for different organizations. We work on improving the best practices. We do method research for improving phenotyping, and we work on open source tools like cohort diagnostics, the phenotype library, and others to help the community. Okay. And this year, if you're familiar with OHDSI and the working group, every work group is assigned to is tasked to come up with objectives, with OKRs for the year. And for 2025, I slipped to the next slide. Sorry. So just to give you an idea of the working group and what we have achieved, at least over the last 5 years, we have an OHDSI phenotype library that this working group established and made available publicly for the community. We host the funny and famous events of Phenotype February every year, and we have completed 4 starting 2020. Out of this working group, we have already published 5 peer-reviewed articles, thanks to our clinical experts and phenotypers and members of this working group that work hardly to improve the scientific scholarship. We supported more than 10 OHDSI network studies to work on their phenotypes. We started from the days of COVID, where the community came together to inform the awful situation the world was going through, and we developed all those COVID ASI's outcomes and many others. We helped in How Often initiative, the SOS challenges, and last year the community started this guideline-driven evidence generation where we helped in the phenotyping and those clinical questions that came out of that. And the most important achievement that we are all very proud of is we got a lot of collaborations. We established a lot of relationships across different academic and industrial organizations, and we're very, very proud of this. We have many friends across the community and across the working group. I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about Jamie. For who are active in the Phenotype Working Group and who were with us last year and the year before and the year before in this very specific place, just the room across of us last year and the room next to us the year before. Jamie was actually one of the people who led the Phenotype Working Group meetings face-to-face. He presented his research, his PhD's work last year in this very specific meeting. He told us about his work on measurement error in phenotyping and its effect on observational evidence. I think it was the last piece of work that he delivered before he got very ill. And we lost him by the summer of this year.
Yeah, just wanted to add up to that. This work that we do as part of the OHDSI community, it is truly a community. It's a family. Jamie Weaver, when he presented his measurement error research last year, he stayed at our house and we practiced together, and we watched, his mental physical state deteriorate, but he persevered to communicate the message. He practiced and practiced and practiced to overcome that disability. And we were there. So we truly owe a lot of debt to his work to the community. And we encourage you to disseminate the scholarship program that the university is offering to continue his work.
So for younger folks here and people who are interested in phenotyping and the science of phenotyping, Jamie didn't get to finish his dissertation. However, Oxford is awarding a scholarship for students who are interested in this field, in the field of phenotype, to actually finish Jamie's work and deliver his dissertation funded by Oxford. So we are very looking forward that his work continue and we get to disseminate his work just as if he was here. And because if Jamie was here, he would want us to do the workshop today and continue, and he would be so excited about what we're going to achieve today. So we're going to do all our best to make this day a really useful and scientific day for everybody. So the reason we are here today is because at the beginning of the year, as part of our OKR, we as a working group said that we're going to work on an evaluation of advanced method for concept set generation through AI. The big machine in the room, the LLMs that are our talks for the last 2 years now. And at the beginning of the year, we said that if these methods are going to come and disturb and change the way we're working, we want to have a scientific way to evaluate how good they do things before we go ahead and change all our processes and adopt the new technology. And so the workshop today, So the workshop today is exactly to do that. I am only 3 minutes late, which is very achievement for my scale, for my record. Okay, so our agenda today, we already went through the welcome and some of the logistics. You already here got randomized as you were walking in. All of you that are on this side, other than the table on the corner there, are participants in this exercise of selecting codes.
The participants, you have chosen to be a participant. That means that you are not committed to any clinical idea. You are free to walk around and walk
Observers.
as observers to, but you're not allowed to influence or engage with the participants.
No, you can talk. It's fine.
This is how it happens. By the way, we are husband and wife. So there's two levels that you have self-identified to. There is the advanced level, and you are the not advanced level. Those two individuals are going to be developing the concept sets for the clinical idea that your table is assigned to. Now, we expect that an advanced person sits next to a not advanced person. So if you're sitting next to a person who's of your same color, please move around and change seats. So that's one ask of you. Second, open your laptop. Make sure you have connected to the Wi-Fi and the internet, because we will be using Atlas. We have a dedicated Atlas instance that you will be working on. So we need to talk about split now.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just, okay, so we have at 8:30 is where we're going to start building concept sets. So we have some logistics we're going to go over. Gautam already started with make sure that you are on the table that you were randomized to. That's number one. Make sure that you are sitting next to somebody who is not your color. At 8:30, we're going to start the clock for the actual concept set. So we still have some time. The agenda, we will from 8:30 to 9:45 is the time you have to build or select codes using the open Atlas that we're going to get you to go on your laptops. At 9:45, pencil will be down, the Atlas will be closed. We're going to take a break. We're going to take the results that we're going to take the concepts that you're all going to submit. The Gen AI arms have already submitted their concepts. And then we're going to show you the level of agreement at that point. We're not going to tell you which is right, which is wrong. We're just going to look at agreement results between the Gen AI tools and the human table. And then after that, we still need to establish gold standard, because we don't consider the human work or the Gen AI work is the actually gold standards. And that's why we have an expert, a clinical practicing expert in every of these disease areas on the table that will function as an adjudicator for concepts that were not agreed upon. We're going to go through the adjudication. And that's where we don't have control. We don't know how many concepts or codes will be disagreed upon. So an adjudicator may have a list of 4 concepts or 500. And that's why we can't control time. We're going to work until 12 with adjudication. If we have finished any adjudication, phenotype concept set fully adjudicated, we can actually show you the results today. We have real-time analysis that's going to happen. If not, that's going to be something done post the workshop. Once we finish the adjudication, we'll have time from our working group meeting time to just talk about the results of this experiment. All this work, go ahead.
Yes. I can all of us that analyze. I have to. You don't mean publicly that the search team will be able to use them.
So it is being recorded in the Microsoft Teams environment right now. And that will be part of the OHDSI tenant. And OHDSI tenant is a public resource. So that's how it is going to be.
So you mean like people?
As all of us, obviously we usually have to work with meetings and teams. I've said many secret things there. So typically our team, so all of the OHDSI working meetings are typically public.
So they're in Teams environment, in the team tenant. So that's mostly what's happening. So It's not on the tables, I assume. It's just the things that is now being online. Yeah, because we have online participants on the team tenant.
And there are microphones. I'm assuming there is microphones that is being picked up also. Sorry?
Do we,
If there is there objections in the room for recording?
it's just that the online participant won't be able to observe.
Yeah, so one option that you could exercise would be like there are the table recordings are probably not being picked up. So if your private conversations may not be picked up, it's mostly those with mics that's being picked up.
Yeah, and how about in the hour? We close during the hour of the working of selecting codes, because the online people are just looking at people working. We could turn it off during that hour. Would that be? So the thing that is recorded is our presentations, basically, and the results. But we can turn it off during the work session when you select codes, because there is no information floating around at that point, and it's not useful for anybody. Would that be? Okay. All good?
That was part of the qualitative research, the recordings. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so that is the agenda. So hopefully by 12, we will be able to reveal some results.
Didn't check in with us and give randomized to a single, please come and make sure that you get that from us before you get it. Also, in the upper left corner of your consent or the randomization is there. That should correspond to the number on the placard of the table. So make sure that you're at the table that you were randomizing.
Need to move the table.
If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to anyone. We should go with that.
Okay. In the last 2 minutes, I just want to make clear what is the objective of the work of this experiment workshop. So we're going to evaluate, hold on.
Do you want me to say?
We're going to evaluate the performance that includes both the accuracy, completeness, and precision of GenAI-driven approaches compared to a rigorous consensus-based human-led workflow for the task of translating standardized clinical descriptions, that's a long way of saying phenotypes, into phenotype concept set, that is a code list, utilizing a dynamic created gold standard, because the gold standard, we'll explain it later in the next session, so you understand what exactly is the gold standard here. And our primary hypothesis is that the primary analysis focus on the comparison of the primary performance metric, the prevalence weighted F-score between the GenAI workflows and the human workflow. So we technically have two approaches, the GenAI and the human. However, the GenAI sitting there on the table in the corner, we actually across the community and even from outside the community, we had 4 or 5. 4 GenAI workflows that were submitted. So we were feeling comfortable that we tried to capture the work that is being developed in the community for using of GenAI in selection of concepts. So we don't have 1, we don't have 2, we have 4. Already coming from students and scientists who've been working on this problem.
So I'm going to skip over the statistical analysis plan and the whole details. That's in the protocol. We can talk about it in detail. You have access to all of these documents. I'm going to show you where it is. If you go to the OHDSI tenant, which is a public resource, you can have access to those in this location under the protocol and methods. And there are many content on your table that includes a checklist. That please look at the checklist to make sure that you have all the things that are in the checklist. So in the interest of time, I'm going to start the assignment process right now. So just to confirm, is everybody randomly assigned? You're not sitting at a table without being assigned to the table, correct? And you have a color and you're sitting next to a person who's not your color. Okay. Now, I want you to think about splitting yourself into 2 groups inside that table. So we're doing a split and reconcile. So you're going to spend 20 minutes to a split and you're going to build a concept set expression with that subgroup. And that subgroup's going to work on, that's my daughter asking me to create that. Beautiful. So the Atlas instance is short. If you go to the short URL dot at, and then here is JZRTC. JZ small RTC. Is that right? Correct. Okay. So when you click JZRTC, you're going to go to an Atlas instance that has been set up just for this purpose. If you go, and then from at Atlas instance, you go to the concept sets tab. In the concept set tabs are pre-populated names. Those names have a naming convention. I'm just going to quickly walk you through that naming convention so you understand what to look for. First of all, look for the clinical idea. If you are working on systemic lupus erythematosus, it is SLE. If you are working on diabetic macular edema, it is the diabetes macular edema. So inside those are a third position, which is S01, S02, S03. Every group, every table is going to be split into 2 subgroups. Identify yourself as either 01 or 02 and pick one of them.
So every table split into 2 groups. One will be 1 and the other one will be 2.
So if you're on that right side, you're 01. If you're on the left side, you're
It doesn't have to be even.
right side 01, left side 02. Split yourself into 2 and task is to build concepts and expressions.
Okay. All good? So split the 2. Each subgroup will work on it. We will have half an hour for that.
No, it's less than that. You're 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Well,
Less than 20 minutes. Yeah.
Slight change of time though.
What's that?
We're ending at
no, it's
So,
phase
okay.
1 at 9:30 down.
Yeah. So the phase
30 minutes.
phase 1 is 9:30. You got the times right? Okay.
We're good. You have 30 minutes.
The inputs on your table is the clinical description document. Does everybody have the clinical description document? If you do not have the clinical description document, please raise your hand. Do you have the clinical description document? The concepts and expressions are intentional and not to populate them.
Perfect goes in the two.
Both online. If you want to participate, you are welcome to participate online. There are breakout rooms. You can go into breakout rooms of your choice. Online participants are not randomized. You are not being considered for the experiment. You are an additional arm. In this arm, you can go to a breakout room in Microsoft Teams. Look for a concept expression that has on it online. One of those, and you're welcome to build concepts and expressions online. For you, the resources are digital. Those resources are on the Microsoft Teams environment. I'm going to now give the link to this page, which you will have access to in the chat. Yeah, so it's on the chip. Sample and Atlas instance. If you space, so the point perfect put it on the chat.
That's fine. Wow.
No, Constantine.
Well, why is yours different than hers?
I don't know.
But if she said it's simple, that's not real.
Oh, Constantine. Mistake made a mistake. So what he did was he said, "I'm going to give you a faster computer for the session," and he switched. When he switched, he must have
Um,
Yes, Gautam, what is required?
Quick announcement. Atlas you're working on doesn't have the record counts for concepts that the Atlas demo does. So if that's something you look at during your concept set selection, you can use Atlas demo to look at the record counts.
Those online, if you are working on building a concept set expression, please do not touch any concept set expression that does not have the online word written on it. You're welcome to build as many concept sets as you want, as long as they are online. Thanks.
Right. It is. Yes.
Oh, maybe that one might be ten.
Right. Yeah.
All right. I said that, why? No, because we are great in AI presentations together. So no one's even going to get a percentage. So I was thinking, how time.
So did we start some of the first class? Two slides. Fine. People have found that if we had that 15 minutes more meeting,
Yeah, they might not even, break is not really trying to vote. And then 95% even the AI presentation, then 10, 15, 11, 15, phase two, even 11, 15 to 11, but it's on the stock range. Take time to load everything up for different findings, and then you review it's also a lender to be. Holdings. Both those are technical record forward. Yeah. So every single starting off in my like almost how there's like concept sets like coming online. Oh, everyone's that line and I was like sitting in front of the phone. I like to be fucking it's like 3-0, that's 0, and then they're pick one line. Yeah. Yeah. Next. On, right. It's probably pollock and not, so if we didn't. We talked about where I sort of know that the group. Well, it's a bit. It's fine. Dollars. Yes. Yeah. And I. With no one. Wondered, yeah. We have a story. It's a family. So. The guy don't look that, from the closing it. Whole time. Go on now. I'm already restored. Chat. And it's paid, what's everything, some people have come up and so sorry now.
Online, please do not do anything with the concepts and expression that does not say online.
Tell them that the new, things all the way to five, but then. Yeah.
So you, so walk them through it, just explain which is the consolidated, so it doesn't have any other S0. So every table, you have done an S01, you've done an S02, now you're gonna find the one that does not have an S at all. And you're gonna talk to each other about what was in S01, what was in S02, and can come to a consensus for the final. Who needs more time? Okay.
You guys have minutes.
Just tell them to do the best they can.
Yeah. Let's go. We can do it.
Where is Amma?
You can't stress the hierarchy, so they have an
So I, I think there may be.
That's right. What else? Yeah. I'm explaining the condition one time.
Just one time.
You guys are doing, well, the only conditions I've said, SRN, right? So we had S2, together, and we're gonna do things, we're gonna set zero, action, there's no else, and we will show name. Okay, that's gonna be the consolidated version, so each table is only gonna have one of those. Yeah, any questions, any doubts?
All right. So if on every table, I want one person to raise their hand who's the most confident amongst you all to be the lead for the reconciliation. Raise your hand. Anna, hand up. Erica, up. Katie. Okay, what's your name? Okay, Mitch. Mitch, raise your hand. I need a hand up from the Ram. Are you raising your hand? That's lead. All right. You're responsible for the concepts for reconciling concepts and expression. You have raised your hand. Now you're accountable for this.
Ready. Fire. Yes. I'll take some money, yes, and the phone on. It's the car and she's that's all. So, and then it's like, it's in the truth.
All. Everything. Yes, but let's see. Yeah, I have to get up. Like I said. It's a other company. See this. I get it. So much. Cheers. You do this. Yeah, I get it. Oh, that would actually is. Okay, good. A little bit of the small. Of planning, city. For like, it's doing all it's. If you go to this. Or this. If you want to pass all the things today. That's it. It's not. Wait. One more time. Taking this lead. Well, that's not really sure. Actually, or. Yeah, it's like two, one there, one there, but two. So now, yeah, sure, which one, so it's. So. See, how much they want. Sides, what exercise that's. Others to bias. So it's not just to it, try down at it. It's sun. Like that's like. For a month. That's what really. Bye. That's on why. First. You know. But I try to. Here is yours. And they can be very like this. Yeah, I think that's nice. Sure, yeah, try that. It's totally easier. Oh, yeah, it's for the same. Right. So, but. Yeah. See, it was the church, it's a big. Take a question. And what the law do? I think that is our answer. Yes. You can go and I think more of that. But if you like, what you did, that's. Oh. Yeah. All.
Well, just compare. It's been fine. It's a little longer. It's no. So that I was getting. Well, I don't mind. Well. That's the. You know, but we don't have well, listen. Maybe. Like you have it. One of the girls, let's start that. You guys might wanna. Yeah. One here. I'll go down. Yeah. So that's the big one, that I tried. Yeah, so good. Stay out, sure, I'll look at. Yeah. Jamie. Alright.
Everyone's nothing, you know. Okay, fine. So you're gonna partner same, really. Yeah, I'll just say. It's super just like. Yeah. Good. Final set. Well, it's hard to tell if this is. Yeah. One thing that. Like the, so there's. Not sure, well, I waited. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So that we added the alternative. And you know. It's sometimes that actually is really a level. It's just that's very expensive. That big grants. They did it. Right, with like our big touch. They do with so many. Big about the last. Yeah, there was going like a operating. But. It's fast. Yeah. What lessons would it be? Oh. So. Sure. It's kind of. Style busted. Yeah. They're talking about it's replaced. Facebook. Wait, yes, yeah, well, pretty. Yeah, well, I definitely, that's not his point. But, like. Oh. What? What? Right. Okay. So we'll be back. We'll be. Right. Sure. And it's maybe not like one like this probably talk why some people more like the thing is always we kind of not. Yeah. It's gonna be yeah, so so I think it's speaking knowledge is it's the study or not into the same power. So it's like fascinating. We started it on new materials. It's the difference. So I do. I mean, what's the reason? Trying to hold it. Not even that the women's city here with anybody else. Sure, I'll just. But there's really go that way. You have to see what I should stop. You cannot be like in full action. I'm living for those people. It's not. So I think go. Okay. So we're here. We don't. Sure, about it. That's key. Oh. It's all right. Well,
And we don't. Better. Yeah. I think we were going to call it. We get on. We have that's somebody. So much energy. I think this is I know we were all pretending. Wow. Whatever. Right, so this. All this. Something like that. Yeah, I think I. We're watching the song. We hear it not. Those are
Not done. Get it done. Get it done. Done. Get it done.
So, you know, and then some other plus, there's concepts that ones solid. We're sort of. Married. Movie gets ready. Still. It's probably. To be. Well, maybe. Thank you. They just need us. You know. Worries. I am. So it's. Very simple. People, I feel like I'm big. And the beat about it. One. Oh, hey. I don't know.
Nice job.
It's 2 minutes, but we just.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone's done, so.
There's one more.
Who?
Okay, Katie, hold it. Constantine, hold it. Hold it. Hold.
Yeah.
It's going to be read only. So let's just go less than 10 minutes here. Meanwhile, the backend team is going to extract the work that you've done. They're going to start doing comparison between the submissions of the AI team and your submissions. And by the time you come back from your copy plan, we will have some preliminary results of AI versus you. May the best soft tissue win.
One more logistic. We're gonna take a break, and as soon as we come, before we start the adjudication, we're gonna hear from the LLM scientists on the exact process using LLM. So you're gonna hear how we prompt those LLM to do the same exact you guys did, that task you guys did. But then we're gonna start the adjudication right after. You can all help in the adjudication as people who understand these codes, work with these codes in your clinical research. But you cannot be on the same table adjudicating the same idea that you worked on. So when you come back, sit randomly where you want to be on any table, but don't sit on the table after today. And then you can see the expert adjudicate, and you can stress the expert. Well, I think this will end whatever. It just can't be the same clinical idea that.
All the technical leads, could you please stand up?
And you know,
You stood up the wrong time. All right, could you please introduce yourself just for that for 2 more minutes?
Okay.
Can you please introduce yourself really quick for the team and what disease area you're representing?
All right.
I'm at Minty. I'm a general internist at outpatient with DBT. Chris Mackley, rheumatology, lupus, and scleroderma.
Cindy High, Red Specialist, will be doing DME.
Brian Clay, Red and DPI.
Excellent. So you guys at this time take your break because when they go, you guys come back, sit at the table, set up your computers, and you'll be given, you'll be sitting at your table, listening to the AI talks. Okay.
Come back at 9:45.
Quick logistics, we're using that palette release board to track which table you're at and what the skill level for everyone is, so that we can better understand the process. If, could essentially fill it out, once we come back, we'll go around, pick any, collect everyone, so that we know where you were when we were spelling.
Excel. Excel.
There's a charger. Is it something you can pull up on this computer? Is it on okay. I need. So yeah, this is the one that is the main. I don't know what this thing does. Yeah, my phone screen. This is my laptop stuff. I have to go to the charger. I don't know what it's.
I understand this adaptive.
So online people, we are on a break. They will be showing. The backend team is now extracting. Atlas is currently locked. Do not do anything in Atlas.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me here?
Not. That is, we know, the topic of next. And you, yeah. It's that top, but you'll some. It's fine. Quarter. Back to these three. That's.
SLE team. Who's the SLE team?
What's fun? The workers. Yeah, look, they're fine. It's on the left. Which is in. That whole like. That got it. Fashion. Not louder. We're set. Yes. So that's your mind. That again. Yeah. It's a good thing. She's our thing. Story on the page. Yeah. So every chance you do it. That's absolutely. Statement like that. So all that trash lists and stuff around the thing did not. To if. That is standard. Like forced to have an open. Selling so it's the same. Search anything, impeachments, including the document. You know, it later. And yeah, that is that. That's speaking to so so yeah, see, so we're not space. We should go. So all you do, school, fine. What? One, I was. We used to check what the doctor. Well, that's. So. Which one that would be right? So, yeah. Like. That. So if we see the recognition. Yeah.
I'm trying to move people here. Join. What did I do? Assign participants. So. Where are you?
Shall we rejoin?
Try it. I don't even see this. Okay, that's how it is. Then we'll room and others can join that room and we can share on that room, so it'll be like a private solution.
Let me get her.
Okay.
I'm gonna get you mic'd up for the presentation. It doesn't have to be good. You just plug this in your pocket and we'll die. If you just please uncheck it, unbutton it, or like that, or you can. Inside will probably have that, but inside that's a pocket, is there one? Yeah, thanks, fine. Okay. Yeah. All be tested.
So people hear me?
Well,
All the people with video. All broken questions.
It's just for you, just for you.
Here I can just scream and hear. Okay.
You can go back.
Thanks.
But when it was working. That's where it's fire for. I'll say. We try to. It's just. This is one of the. It's trying to last time. It's the going.
Stands again. Did we have to leave that? My father. I understand this. Forget that last one. If you're rare to say, I got one of these.
Look, from last year to this year, you're like,
Still not a public star.
you're doing great. I think you're just gonna make a mistake. But now we know that it's all. Oh, I didn't possible.
Big sure. Where do we have this?
Jeszcze dać wydał, jest sekundy prezentacji. Что у тебя?
How many tables?
Right now, что делать?
What?
What? What are dogs? So. What?
You said that. But it can be certain.
That is. It's true.
Okay.
I'll be over. It's not to be tourist. That's. Freaky. Holy cow. Yeah.
So we did a snack around there.
I got it.
Some drugs will make it be any other things, but not.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna let the person turn it loose. I think it's 1 minute. Yeah, let's,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, just type it on.
You know.
I usually start the presentation.
Good thing there. I didn't like that. Can you for showing our end that. Didn't have to.
Don't you, you need a little bit more time? Okay. Should we start with Daria? And then we'll take AI, then I go back and then, yeah. So what doing? Hmm?
Can we Daria for later?
No. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're gonna start, I'm waiting on the preliminary results. As you can see on my screen here, the team is still working very hard to assemble the results. We are going to a preliminary analysis of the comparison of different arms. One human arm, that is your contribution, and 4 AI arms. And that will be displayed in at any time. Now, just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask Daria. Daria represents one of the AI arms. She is going to talk about her process of her software, of how it builds concepts and expressions. Daria, you ready?
Experience the human process, let's see what the machine process. And try to take a seat that is on a different table than the one you build the concept set for.
Different table, guys, different table.
While we're going through this, I'll go around and collect your concerns. If you don't see me, make sure you get that to us on the way out, because that's how we're tracking which schedules we're at.
Maybe it's really hard. Okay. Please give me one.
Yeah. Do you need help?
In our meeting last year, we talked about the topic of LLM generating concept sets. And we wanted to just see, like, scratch the surface of what's in the public, like what's in the literature. And Daria actually for this group presented at the time what was the published scientific papers on people who use LLM for phenotyping.
As I interpret.
Right? Then you can just do this same purpose.
She has to join the Teams environment, or otherwise she won't be there. You have to join the Teams meeting and go.
Well, you change your laptop.
Like online.
Ask people on the line if they can. Yeah, they can do. Yeah,
People online, can you see slides?
it's still coming up. Yeah, here we go.
Yes.
Jewel is on board. So.
Just name on.
It's coming as a. Oh, you left. I don't know. Wait, I can't open the folder. Can't open the folder.
Distribution of.
The second display.
Yeah, you good?
Can you help her? So she's got speaker notes that needs to be on her and projection charts.
So then that's just so we can see what to slow it out, what your mix of experts.
So you hear?
You want to talk about the results?
Did you?
Yeah, so yeah, let's just.
Did all the AI tools combine? How come there's only one AI?
No, it's.
I think he did all the AIs into one for this particular thing. So all AI total, human total. Just AI versus human as all.
Okay, an AI is defined as any AI. So, okay. So for AI, so that's the union of AI. They had 162, the humans have 52, and 40% of the codes of the union, which is 108, was shared between the
Real quick, is there anyone who still owes me?
Rheumatoid arthritis pretty good. Okay, so it ranged from 0.3 worse for TB pain diagnosis. So I'm gonna get them on this list. And he's gonna have 100 codes to, but this is unweighted, right?
Right.
So that is good, assuming this number is
It's a reasonable number.
So we went from 0.3 for the worst and the best in the method as values.
Resistant sclerosis, less SLE, SLE.
Okay, let's try it going on. Okay, so that is a paired by, so now you have AI one, AI two, AI three.
She's sharing properly.
Yeah.
Joel,
Yeah.
is Joel here?
Joel, good.
Can you see it? Can you see our slide?
You see like that?
Okay,
You guys are seeing it on Teams?
yeah, I think Joel says yes.
Is anybody on Teams?
Yeah, he's on team, but he says he can.
This is the slide.
You see this slide on Teams? Yeah. Okay, problem resolved.
So.
Daria is ready, guys.
Thank you so much for your patience. We had a little bit of a technical. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Daria, and I work for Ecom Systems. For today's work group activity, I'm representing one of the AI arts, which is part of products that we have as EPAM. And it's GenAI cohort and concepts generator that I'm going to be showing today together with so a few words about the technical setup of how it works, because I guess that's a question that usually comes out first. And basically our GenAI cohort and concepts generator is a containerized Python backend service with REST API. So there's also a relational database with vector store. So it allows you to do a semantic vector search of what is the concept vocabularies. Containerized basically means that it's easily deployable to any infrastructure that has Docker containers technology. And the Python backend service is written in Python language, and it can be delivered with UI or without UI. So basically, you can work with our Prometheus tool, you can work with Atlas, or you can even work without UI, or be attached to any kind of UI that somebody else may develop. So it's a standalone tool. That's basically what I'm trying to convey. It utilizes cloud provider tools. So whatever is available, whatever model, LLM model, is available in AWS Bedrock. So the hosted LLMs, we can connect it to be using the hosted LLMs inside the AWS for generating concept sets and cohorts. So we as users submit a free text prompt.
This is a human.
And we are able to generate either concept sets or cohorts through the integrated application. So this is basically how it works. For today, what I'm going to be showing you, we're using currently with our tool with Prometheus. We're using Anthropic's tool, Sonnet. We've tested multiple models for precision and productivity. And we as a team have come up to the conclusion that Sonnet 3.7 is the model that currently performs the best. We also have a team of scientists who are technologists, data scientists, who do a lot of cohort validation. We create human-made cohorts and GenAI-generated cohorts, and then we compare the results so that we can continuously create tool improvements. This is just a quick overview of the interface that is available. Sorry?
The slide to the advance.
Oh. Okay, so if the slide didn't advance, what we can do the actual demo, so you're going to see them as well. So let me just close the presentation.
Okay.
And let me just share my screen instead. Hopefully that works.
Yes.
So let's go straight to the demo then. So for today's presentation, I took the liberty to create several tool lists. None of these tool lists are from the list that we were creating today and the ones that we were competing on. So it's a different example. Let's say gastric cancer that is limited to cardiac stomach. I'm going to be showing you different options that are available to you or anybody who's using this tool. And basically, here's tool list number one. And this is a code that is generated by AI. When we click for generate, we can see the user interface that allows us to work with the generation. You need to enter the name, you need to insert your prompt. It's a free text, you can either drop some clinical idea name, or you can
This is
with a
not
longer
weighted,
prompt
but
with a little
weight
bit
is
more
not
instruction on how you want it to be generated.
No.
There are optional
You can't
filters
weight
available
it.
to
You
you.
can't do that.
You can pre-select one
None
or
of that
multiple
is over
domains
that.
that you want to restrict the output to. You can decide whether you want the output to be standard, non-standard classification, or everything that it can possibly generate. And you can pre-select different vocabularies. So you can basically generate standard, non-standard concepts, or the ones that are limited to only certain vocabularies. There's also new functionality that we just introduced literally last week that has to do with the precision of the search. So if you select exact match, the first thing that Prometheus GenAI is going to do is going to look for exact match of the text string of clinical ideas that you insert in your description prompt. And if it finds the exact match, then that's what you're going to get, along with all the descendants. If you want a more broad search, you have options to change the precision with a few options. So you can change the precision and allow your LLM to search your text string along with 5 closest vectors. So similar clinical ideas that chances are very valuable for you because it's going to look at closest hierarchies that are available, and then that will give you a broader description of clinical ideas. And then every next option essentially allows you to broaden your search to 10 vectors or 15 vectors in terms of the concepts. So you can imagine that every time you go broader, you're going to get a much larger concept set that will probably be able to catch everything you want, along with a lot of things that you don't want.
Now I'm saying that you just over that.
There should be basically not that.
It's not that. It's just the laptop, whatever the topic online.
Right, just speak, I'll hold the laptop, it'll go from my.
Oh, okay, so you're going to hear me?
If it works,
Should I disconnect this?
no, just keep going. No, hold on.
Oh,
You need to be a few things.
The microphone.
Power Teams, can you hear me now? Yes, no, maybe? All right, no worries. I'm the one testing the technical setup first out of our presenters. It's going to be good for you. All right, so this is the basic idea. So we can look at our first concept set, which was an arrow search, which we were asking for either a full text match or the closest possible, most restricted output. So you're getting 13 included concepts, and you can see that. Let's review together the prompt that was given. We wanted a concept set of all gastric carcinomas of all histologies, but limited to the cardia section of the stomach. And this is the code list that we were able to generate using our GenAI. What is nice and what I absolutely adore is that you get the generative AI report where you can track what is the reasoning behind creating this particular code list. So as you can see, the GenAI engine analyzes the prompt, deciphers the clinical ideas, parses them, looks for synonyms, looks for the similar ideas, assesses the vectors, creates a candidate code list, and then
kind of evaluates each concept in the candidate code list based on the relevance of the name and relevance of the domain, and gives it an overall score whether this should be included in the resulting code list or not. As a result, after all the creation and filtering, it will produce the final output in a form of a JSON file, which can be downloaded from here, or you can actually see the expression in the expression tab along with all the included concepts. Currently, the setup is such that it automatically turns on the descendants. So as you can imagine, if you wanted to exclude certain things, you can only exclude it based on its reasoning, not based on the hierarchy, which is current limitation, which we're probably going to see as the result of our comparison later on. But basically, this has been built with the idea of a productivity boost. So it was never meant to replace a human interaction, but it's an augmentation of a human scientist, which allows you to gather the draft of a concept set that you later can evaluate, you can later assess, you can later regenerate based on the narrow or broad definition that you would like. There's another portion to this that does not participate in the competition. That's a big disclaimer, because we felt like this goes against the rule of no human in the loop. So basically what we submitted for the competition is just a prompt generation, which you see here in a JSON file, the results from it. However, as a user, you also have access to suggested by AI functionality, which is the second step that you would usually go to. And suggested by AI uses the same prompt, or you can change the prompt here. And what it's going to do is not going to search in storage base. However, it's going to search the scientific publications for codes that have been used by other people to create a similar code list with the same clinical idea. So here, as you can imagine, most publications will not be using standard SNOMED. It's going to be using ICD codes, although sometimes it does generate SNOMED concepts as well. Here, in our case, we have generated a list of codes that could be candidates for our code list, concept set, and each concept, you can see where it's coming from. So there is a reference list of all the publications that have mentioned this particular code as a good code for your clinical idea. And you can go and check that those are real publications and not something that it hallucinated. So this is nice. You can basically take it as a next step as a human to see if everything is included in your candidate description, or you can find some new codes that are suggested by literature. If you're building a standard code list, you will go and see what C16 is mapping to in terms of a SNOMED. We also have the functionality where you can do an automated mapping of all the non-standard concepts to standard if you'd like, and resolve the many-to-one or one-to-many mapping. So this is basically the idea. Just to show you an example of a broad search that is the maximum 15 vectors that the GenAI is going to assess. So as a narrow search, we got 13 included concepts, and as a broad search, we got more than 200. So you can imagine that it's a lot more broad, so you're probably getting a lot of false positives. However, it may fit your clinical needs to assess everything that is out there and see maybe there's something that interests you as a clinician. So this basically completes the idea of how we generate concepts. I wanted to take a quick 30 seconds to also mention that we are able to generate cohorts. And this is an example of a cohort generation for lung cancer diagnosis, where you can basically copy-paste a portion of your protocol with all the cohort logic that you have for that cohort, along with index event, inclusion, exclusion criteria. It will be able to parse and understand that logic, build all the concept sets for all the clinical ideas that you mentioned here. So here are all your concept sets, and build the actual definition in the cohort builder. So again, it saves you a lot of time if you are working with definitions that have dozens of inclusion-exclusion criteria. This gives you a really good draft to start with. So please if you have any questions, I will be happy to address any.
Right, so we have 4 AI arms, and now we have seen Darius. We're going to rotate to the next one. Nico, why don't you come join in,
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So the breaking down in subtasks is one side of the question. The other thing is you need reliability and not hallucinate. So what we've done is basically what others do as well, build a vector database which you can query, which you can rely on. And we included all of the OMA vocabulary relationships as well, because for medical concept reasoning, you need that finer or coarser, etc. So we try to have a hybrid approach where you can get similarity. And that's the first thing. Up there, you see the different terms, right? So you match based on semantic similarity, on synonyms, how it's spelled, maybe misspelled, maybe you'd have abbreviations, acronyms, etc. And then you want to disambiguate between the terms, and that's where the relationships come into play. And you'd have the different relationships which you can use for sanity checking and for traversing from coarse to fine grained. So, for example, systemic lupus and the drug-induced lupus, as for concept set creation today, these are related, right? So you can traverse from one to the other, and the LLM can do that reasoning as well and see, okay, maybe it makes sense to include this, or maybe it doesn't make sense to include this. And what you end up with is, if you have all of these tools available, you try to fine-tune the LLM, or to give the LLM the context and the heuristics to navigate these complexities. And once you have like the reliable database with all that information stored and the right heuristics, that's how you can get there. And just a very quick non-live demo, because it's locally executed and takes a long time to execute at the moment. If you do API calls, that gets way faster. So basically, it gets the same information we get as humans when trying to create the concept sets. Then it will reason with some literature involved and some RAG-based retrieval, and come up with extracted entities and with how to combine these entities into a concept set. And then for each of the entities extracted from the vignette, it will perform similarity searches. And then that's the important step. It will apply relationship reasoning. So it will traverse the knowledge graph to some degree, going up and down, and as well for causal relationships, which are stored as well in the OMOP vocabulary. You can traverse from them and see, okay, this medication might cause this side effect, or this procedure is often involved when trying to come up with a diagnosis. Yeah. Semantics and ontology. Yeah. So it's a hybrid approach of both of them. Yeah. And then you'd get all of these different extractions. And in the end, you'd perform a sanity check, which is in this case failed, because it included a concept which might be downstream not to include or to exclude. And then in this case, you could say, okay, with that, go again, exclude more, include more, or pass it back to the human. And you'd get on the side here the concept sets as JSON for importing to Atlas. Yeah. So these are instructions for the LLM as prompts, yes, but with some tool calls involved. So all of that is built on Agno, agentic workflows, where you can combine like just prompt engineering with tool calling, and so you combine these two. Yeah. Yeah, we've been experimenting with that, and we had this discussion at our table as well. So basically, it makes sense if you want to use that on live databases to give it the feature of querying what concepts are actually in the database and what difference it makes. So these feedback loops you can build into that as well. They aren't currently, but you can do that. Yeah, well, the thing is, yeah, normally you want to have it as automated as possible, but of course you need to have the sanity checks to make everything. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That's it so far.
I said I was going to give Nico a little bit of a hard time. He thought the submission was tonight after the OHDSI Symposium. And so yesterday I had to remind him at 7 o'clock at night. And so he ran it on his local computer, all the LLMs, without the power of, I guess, the cloud computing environment. So this is a locally run at 7 o'clock, and it's submitted about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it took some time, but it is. No, I think that was my fault. It's not yet online, but it will be open source. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Still finish.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, it's-
you good?
Oh. Are we? So in the interest of time, let me just make sure. Yeah. So in the interest of time, you know, you all heard me talk yet? You can hear me, right? You all heard me talk yesterday. I could, you know, I don't have to go through the presentation again. If there's any specific questions, I could show you the prompt that I use. I could show you the output that I get. Just from open source standpoint, this is, you know, this is open source software. I haven't published it yet to OHDSI. The only thing that we do is J&J uses a licensed version of OpenAI, and we point to that. Within the software, you'd need to specify where you're going to point to. You need some sort of source that you can use, that you can do API calls to to the LLM, which I understand is not that hard. I think you know, I pay $20 a month to personally for OpenAI, and I think that gives me AI API calls to them. So just to start things off, we could just show you the prompt that I use. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I could go through a very quick, yeah, let me just go through a very quick PowerPoint. I have a short version of yesterday. Let's get this out of the way. I don't know why that's there.
You just have to go to the next page because pasted it back.
Oh, maybe. Oh, okay.
Go to the screen.
Yeah. So just this goes through the steps in the process. What the first thing I do is create a list of actually, I'm gonna stop doing this. Let's do the better one because this has a better version of it. The steps in the process are probably important. And let me just do this and this. Okay. So the steps in the process for this tool is you define a clinical idea, for instance, myocardial infarction. And then you find a starting SNOMED concept to start with. So for acute myocardial infarction, there's a SNOMED code for that, 312327. Then this is all outside of the LLM. It creates a list of the starting concept, all its descendants, and what we use, which is a little different from the other two presentations, we use Phoebe, the recommender system that's usually attached with Atlas, as the method to get things that may not be the concept and its descendants. So it uses a bunch of different ways to do it, lexical searches. It does by patient context, things like that. So it creates a long list. And one of the things that we were trying to do, one of the reasons why we did this is creates a very long list, which is difficult to wade through, but also for non-clinicians, when it shows you something that, you know, it suggests, and it's just like, okay, maybe. If you're not a clinician, you don't really know. And that's, you know, so we create this long list, and then we prompt the LLM with each concept in that list that came out. that was recommended. Either it was a concept itself, descended, or from Phoebe. We then asked the LLM to specifically choose which suggested concepts belong in the main concept, and the criteria that we use is that if we ask the LLM to greater than 95% of the people that have this concept, the suggested concept, also have the other concept. So for example of coronary occlusion, we would ask, do greater than 95% of the people with coronary occlusion have myocardial infarction? So is it subsuming? Does myocardial infarction subsume coronary occlusion? From there, we create this, we look at all the ones that the LLM said, yeah, you should include these. And then we take that new list and we take those and their descendants, because there may be some new ones added. And we send it to we send all the ones that we haven't questioned before, the new ones, to the LLM for it to adjudicate again. And then from there, we create a final set of all the ones that are greater than 95% should be included. And then we post everything to Atlas. Yeah, I don't have to hear the experiment. So that's the clinical idea. That's not the clinical idea. That's the process idea that we go through. Let me just show you. Oops. Let me just show you an example of a prompt. So at the end of the process, the LLM produces these set of artifacts for each condition that you look for. So this is for deep vein thrombosis. So it gives you the clinical description. It gives you a clinical description that we use. We have a format that we use for clinical descriptions. It gives you the JSON file, which would be what you could then import into Atlas if it imports it for you, but it also gives you a copy of it here. And this one here gives you all the concepts that it went through and the rationale on whether it said to include it or not include it. And this one here it gives you the text, it gives you the prompt of the final one that it checked. It was the last one it did. So let's just go through a little bit of that prompt. You can see I'm pretty good. Typical, you are a medical expert. Your primary function is to do this, blah, blah, blah. And then it says, so here's your data analyzed. Proposed concept is, in this case, myopathy due to systemic sclerosis. And the specific condition is systemic sclerosis. And then it gives you the idea to be able to put in any of these excluded criteria, which was, for this one, it was a whole bunch. Then it includes the clinical description, some other context there, and then it asks the real questions here. It says you will estimate the proportion of patients with myopathy due to systemic sclerosis. That's the suggested concept, who also have systemic sclerosis, the main concept. Selecting a proportion category, and this is the methodology we're using. We're having it do proportions of who has it, and this ubiquitous is the one that we're doing. That's the winner. One of the things we learned from this is that we took a conservative approach, and we say we have it, and whether it makes a difference, it seems like it makes a difference. We did have it go from worst to best, rather than the other way around. So it's not just looks at ubiquitous, says, yeah, that's great, that's the one. So we have it be very conservative and start doing it in this order. And then it asks the question and a couple other things there. So that's the main thing that it does. And then I have it produce a JSON file at the end that asks a specific set of questions. What I found that was very interesting is that the order that I asked these questions in at the end actually makes a difference in accuracy. You switch these things around and so I'm asking things like, I have it provide a definition of what the suggested, what are the proposed concept. I have it give a definition of what the main concept is. Just to sort of, I don't know, whether it just sort of keeps it in its mind correctly, and what the definition of the exclusions are. Then a couple other things and then I ask the question, is the new concept in the excluded list? And it answers that one. And then, so I ask, is it in the excluded list? But I also have it give an argument on why it's in the excluded list. So a lot of these things, I wanted to answer a question, but I also wanted to give a rationale on why it's doing it. And then finally, at the end, it gives the final answer. One of the things that you can see, let's see, do I have any acute myocardial infarction? So this is the output that I get. This is, so each idea is passed one at a time. I use R. One of the things we did find was that with the LLM, have it do as little as possible, or the things that it does best. Do everything else outside the LLM. Don't ask it to create tables or put things together, sort things or whatever. So for this one, here's the suggested concept. So acute myocardial infarction. The suggested one is acute ST segment deviation, elevation, myocardial infarction on the inferior wall. This is the concept ID. This was the main condition, and the final answer was ubiquitous. So this was one that should be included. And then it gives the rationale. The proposed concept, acute ST segment elevation, myocardial wall, inferior wall, is a specific subtype of acute myocardial infarction. By definition, the presence of this concept implies the presence of specific condition. Therefore, the portion of patients with the concept who also have the condition is effectively 100%, making it ubiquitous. So it goes through that whole thing. Yep. It probably takes, for each concept in our system, which I'm not sure how fast it is, it may take 3 seconds or so. Yeah. For some reason and then they give us a fee for that, even though it's internal, and it costs like half a cent. Yeah. Yeah. That's whatever it was trained on. So it's no specific medical terminology, up to date, or yes, yeah. So it's the existing state of the literature. Some of the other groups here we're talking about. I think over in Oxford they're talking about having it use some medical terminology, or actually I guess they have up to date, or the equivalent of up to date over in the UK. Yeah. 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 So we're using, sort of subverting that or speeding that process up by using Phoebe, which does something similar. So we're just getting the ones that, to get the pass in there. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things we've had, our original plan on this, just to pass on, is that we were going to do, co-site similarity using that method between different concepts. And that did not work very well. However, they get the values for one concept, it just didn't fit. So that gave much poorer performance than this. Much faster and it's cheaper, but didn't work as well. Yeah.
Maybe I'm not understanding. Are there examples where a suggested concept was classified as not really synonymous with acute myocardial infarction? And I'm actually looking at coronary exclusion there, and at least wondering about that. But again, what would there be an example of something that is not?
Yeah. So let me just. Mhm. So these were ones that were deemed common. And if you remember that, that was, I don't know, 10 to 90% or whatever we have here. So in this case, ones that so remember all the concepts we get are either descendants of the original one, myocardial infarction, or Phoebe has suggested it. So based upon some of the characteristics of Phoebe, this recommender system, it suggested acute coronary bypass graft occlusion. And for that, it says coronary artery graft conclusion does not logically imply myocardial infarction as a synonym or subtype. While it is a risk factor, it is not guaranteed to be a result of AMI in all cases. Therefore, this category is not applicable. That's that's where it's looking at the ubiquitous. Yeah. So this was one that was suggested to it, and it said no. That's right.
I'm asking, in other words.
Right.
I'm
So
surprised that it is even, what is the prompt asking?
yeah, so
Even.
yeah, so the tool Phoebe, which is outside of the system, but what we uses a bunch of things that to be able to pull stuff in. So one of the things it does is I think cosine similarity with other things that are happening at the time of myocardial infarction. So probably a large proportion of, or a significant proportion of people with myocardial infarction have sepsis somewhere around the time of their myocardial infarction. So based upon that analysis that Phoebe had done to say, we don't know whether it's a thing or not, but you might want to consider sepsis because most people who have myocardial infarction, or a lot of people who have myocardial infarction also have sepsis. So that's why it was a suggested concept. Phoebe, yes. Yeah.
And.
So it's, yeah.
But. I'm just confused in the sense that it. Classification is intended to identify things that are exactly acute myocardial infarction or things.
Yeah, so the prompt,
Yeah.
the prompt for this process is asking it, what's the probability of someone having that diagnosis, having also myocardial infarction?
Essentially saying, how common does this code
Exactly.
for?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So to greater than 95% of the people with sepsis have myocardial infarction. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is kind of how clinicians think when we give them a list and tell them, like, we would identify with myocardial infarction is a person with this case would be legit. So they kind of think of like, what's the probability of a person with this code also have.
Yeah. So, and it works for things that are, I mean, sepsis and myocardial infarction, obviously two different events and not everybody has it. One of the things that we found that before we were looking for the concept of the condition of nausea, and the humans didn't include the word, the concept for vomiting, but the LLM said, 95, greater than 95% of people who experience vomiting have nausea. So if you want to have an inclusive look for that, and that which is important from a signs and symptoms standpoint, because because they're not always well documented within the observational data. So for something like if you're looking for nausea, you might want to include vomiting because maybe they didn't put down nausea, but more than 95% of the people with vomiting have nausea.
Another question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
The way that SNOMED, et cetera, works, some of maybe not this list, but the prior one, are descendants of acute myocardial infarction.
Yep.
So essentially, by definition, they are. So it would be also interesting to see, or maybe you've already done this, what sorts of things are showing up that are not Descendant.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, so coronary occlusion is not a descendant. Yeah. Right.
How to think about that.
Yeah, so a couple things that we found with that, this is all new and sort of experimental. Some of the things we found with that is that when it excludes a descendant, it's generally because sometimes it's because of a poor mapping within SNOMED. The other thing is that this allows you to do exclusions. So sometimes the descendants might be in the excluded category. So while, so it does check all the descendants, it doesn't just do it, doesn't just include them all automatically. So a couple of reasons why there wouldn't be descendants. Good, move on. Okay. All right.
Because with 5 arms, the is fair wise and that. You're completely right. All the results, detailed results are unseen, but we can put all the AI together as one arm. So lump them all the concepts that they submitted as a case in one list that is the union of all of them. Compare that with the human. So similar to what we did with the human that you guys reconciled, we kind of did this for the machines, but we took the unions. And then you're gonna look at the overlap that we now want pairwise, whatever you think, just for simplicity for what I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
But in the folder, you see all the pairwise for each arm. You don't know which one is roll or which one is,
That's it.
like.
So phenotype work group, 2025. All right, and so we have a total of 5 arms. You heard humans talk to each other. A lot of humans talk to each other. That's one arm. We heard 3 AI arms. There was a 4th AI arm. That person decided to be anonymous. So they are watching online. They were curious to know. They don't know who they are because they're also anonymized. And so now now we'll have some preliminary results that Gaurav will quickly talk about.
Okay, yeah. There are a lot of results, but here's how you get to the page. So go to the Phenotype Workgroup channel, go to 2025 OHDSI Global Symposium, go to Study Results, preliminary, obviously, there's only one. Go to Pre-Gold Standard, Phase 1, and you'll see everything. Basically, this is the whole file. As you can see, there's a lot. When you have some downtime, look at everything. I'm just going to show you the very last graph. Pretty interesting. Rheumatoid arthritis clearly had a lot of overlap in both. Yeah. SLE, a lot of AI only. Human only, not much. Systemic sclerosis and deep vein thrombosis were pretty even. I mean, systemic, obviously, there was a lot less human, but deep vein thrombosis, it was all even. So it's like the blues overlap, the red is what AI thought was important and humans didn't. And then the green is what humans thought important and AI didn't. Yeah.
But what that tells you, for SLE, systemic sclerosis and uveitis, it's probably, it's like a flip of a coin. When then you're gonna get this in the AI of the new, which is like super important. Like, they only agree on 50%, which is like, that could be significant.
So all this graph is telling us there is difference and there is concordance, there is discordance. Now let's get to the gold standard.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break.
No break, no break, no break, no break, no break.
Has the list they're gonna adjudicate.
Yeah.
Stick to your table and help the adjudicator go through the code, and you can present your opinion.
Okay.
We are calling them not consensus. The expert opinion gets to do the final call, but you guys get to weigh in and say, well, I think this is true or this is false, but it's the expert opinion decision.
So now, are you all sitting at the table that you did not build the concept set expression for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can, after you're done with that, you can move to another
Yeah.
table. Second question. I want one of you to take the role of an honest broker. So that what that means is you are going to read the clinical description document and make sure that the clinical adjudicator does not make decisions based on some local institutional bias. So if they say things like, in my institution, I have a special code, and because of that, I do this, that's not generalizable. So we want to make sure there's one honest broker just says, wait a minute, you're deviating a lot from the clinical description.
I thought there was like a.
Okay, so I want somebody from every table to raise their hand to become an honest broker. Okay, man. Okay, Karen.
Oh.
Yeah. Scale, right? And where's your? Yeah, I guess. Right. Water clouds. Yes, kind of. No, this is an issue. What it means, early that. Right. We're done. Now. So you would all the suspension on heritage and decisions. The problem.
Oh, then you should go on that, yeah. Very low, he's what? So. I always put it.
Yeah. Can you use that? Okay. I'll try and.
Yes, I can't read that when you're that's good.
In general.
That's what I'm reading.
How many people?
I say I'm trying. I'll stay.
What is been built that you, but you're invited. Appreciated. But it's paid. Just type control it or. This is it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Into that, why I understand some of that.
If there is. If you didn't how it was. Oh, okay. And then it's to make. That's honestly, I'm just. Hopefully, that's just. Part of the mission. Yeah. But what's happening to me? So,
Online team, we are now broken into the adjudication groups.
Numbers. Just sends one year day. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Like an Angela. That's. Problems, the same page, I mean, explain it. Where the painters go, you're always has to be. Okay. Problems, what are those? What actually, do you sort of? Yeah. Yeah. Fine. The most. Sorry. First, also we're going to see all of this. That filter and using Excel files. One, what's in this? So, 306. Yeah. Well, I should remember. Well, that just, I guess I should be there, but enjoy this time. Right before you leave, they have a follow. So. That's the strong. This project is really.
The reason where. It's supposed to be even. Probably. Last week was days because the general, the law. Still.
I did the instruction.
We believe it's like a chapter. The stories that takes the staircase. Some dollars. So I'll get a bit more. All right. Right, let's see. And then it right, probably in the people. Yeah, sure. Well,
Speaking to your husband, yeah, makes this kind of good.
yeah.
Somebody should express the same accurate. Complicated regular state. I mean, a lot of recommendations, like bringing transport. Your course. You.
I think the point.
Yeah, I think still be doing it. Well, right. I don't know what to do. Humans. Where are What's all? It's the. Honestly, these codes is just like. Well.
Done my options. So I'm already first. Oh, so I'm maybe looking at. So the neighbor go. I mean, the husband, even all this time. Oh, no, you may have been. Getting the blood. It's fine, prepare, they need it. I started that was gonna happen. Yeah. Please go get this, so. It was big, but it's. That's definitely got the letter, and it's why don't you like. I don't understand that, like, it doesn't, it has ability, it's interesting, one of the guys. Yeah, I just, but we need to spend 1,000. With me, listen, like, one, you know. Sitting. Most likely. It should be, and where is it going to be? I get it. Yeah, I know. Church again, or for 7 different, because that days, well, okay. It's a great convenience there. Yeah, I'm on. And the person is them. Okay.
What they do. A company shot here, yes. She like, so that's from evidence now, let's. Oh. Oh, okay, right. Yeah. It's just more.
Yes.
What is it?
How
the house? Have some sort of, right? That is kind of certainly. Let's just start. But. All of it. I might be being on the. Right. Yeah, well, just. And my challenge. Yeah, right. It will almost. Okay, now I get left. I just started. I know, but.
All those people forward this, sort of every year. That's to Thursday, the boy brought. Yes, the protest and take it. But it is probably possible. You think that's the end. Never was think. You can sell it. Man, yeah. So
But the gray area, I got the now I believe it's from here, that is really like 1%. Now. I'm going. Something, yeah. Not even periods. I'm ready for most of the fine. Even later, but I was like, but he's now it's upset. But you were like, I'm not changing. Yeah. Yeah. It's like something. Sounds. But yeah, like, yeah, I always told them. It's just conscious. I know. But the tree plantations, that's tree. I always recommend to use the second that. I mean, there's no again, that Chinese stuff given and concept that I'm so sorry. I can show much full. Yeah. Yeah. Preston. Oh, and it's an L that does it? No, this was like. The seven. We have, but I got her, well, don't let me do, I mean, I actually get your. If you know this.
Yeah, yes.
It's like a charity. Yeah. Everything always lovely. So somehow this is. And the farm, right, it's not that I don't like the ones. That was so. As I will let go, trying to see the thing, this is what and it's the same setting and. Everything. There. Great people. Five, deliveries here. It could be told. But you all. Which is, again. So you must. I go back to the statistics on it. Well, I just put some the past 10 years. You cannot consider that. So, thing. I don't think everyone that's diagnosis. So this, they actually. Programs that. It's I know this one part about it, the other than saying, yeah, posts. I don't like the stuff of them. My really. Or the stuff in there. Yeah, and that's what it's like, no, that will. I just think, it's also referencing other collection. Every year. I know. So now I'm. And I. That's all of this. For anything that you're all friendly. Stop, thank you, most trust that, you know, set up on their mouths. I think it means that you need a part of that, very, yeah. It's start. Starting work, all practice. First, there's the search of the stuff. Let it seem right still. Yeah. We have our own citizens. And I would call it. It's and like, I'm convinced. So, yeah. What's that? That's the TV. And that. Actually, like, I think now I can cross. It's gracious. I see that video is, see if I just see, there's, try to try. See, one thing at all, on people, excited, that sure, like somebody said, it was that much the wrong. For all of this. I've been so like, oh, you can't, but it's that I don't well. So it's also that all used that I'm studying. But broad I'm not, and so I've been trying to do. My worries. That's just nice to hear from your. Like I just find this fruit. Section of the and then I was wondering. I think. On tool check. One of his small, working 5 months or something, yeah, it's hard to say. All I keep on praying. Thank you. Oh, yeah. But. Yeah. There's another background. One other. There's some filtration. Yeah.
So there's nothing on Teams right now. So I'll just keep this. Yeah, actually.
Yeah. Fan's candidate. Look at.
Yeah, I'll just keep a file open.
Yeah. I hope that they don't sort associated spread. It's such a, if you get stressed or get any other than they, I'm like, listen, oh, you're looking at it, so I don't. So I didn't, it's the other, you know, this like, how do they sitting on back there? Where, I think it's, it was, you could have. It sounds like church. Sorry, with these things. Very long first. Yeah, we did it. She's actually their agreement mostly. Yeah. Or already. We can work on them. Happy to. We'll have you out.
Set ID. You should only have concept ID, concept name, standard concept, concept codes, no vocabulary sheets. That's one. Two, and I want filters on all of these columns. You can't just filter on one column and do it because you'll mess up the row sequence.
So we'll add filter to all the columns.
So do you want to redo this quickly?
Yes. You want us to remove the duplicate concept set ID, right?
Yeah, don't do any changes. Just another list and then compare, and if there's something that they did not actually. Okay, put a tab.
Okay.
Put a tab. Don't change the original list. Put a tab, and in that tab, create a clean list.
Okay.
And we will have to manually move the adjudicated file into that clean list. Because you can't have concept set ID in this, you're getting duplicates, I think.
Okay, okay.
Because you have
Okay.
60, okay?
Okay, we'll remove the concept set ID and it will be short. Okay.
Alright. This is S.
Okay, you want, Gautam, you want me to deduplicate the concept set ID column, right? So everything will reduce.
Right. Can you unlock the spreadsheet?
Yes, yes. The screen, it's unlocked.
Okay. Data. Duplicates. There's no duplicates. Okay, so how is that happening? So it's coming. Okay, so keeping the concept set ID won't matter. Filter. So that's the filter. Let's get whatever you want. All right. Now let's lock this sheet. I think this is good. So we need to get to this state. So that is 187 codes. Wow. Okay.
Okay. So you need.
Wait, hold on. Are you sure that is none of these are in the intersect of all the arms?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, then let it be. Let's do this for all of the documents. So I'll continue to do it.
You want us to add the filters to all the columns, right?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
You're doing it. Okay.
Make sure it's unlocked.
CLE, right? Left to go. ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸರಿ ಉಂಟಂದಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ರಿಪೀಟೆಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕದು. ಎಲ್ಲದರದ್ದು ಇರೋದಲ್ಲ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿ ಇರೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಅದು ರಿಪೀಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಯಾರೋ ತರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ನೆಗ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಕೀ ನೋಡಿ ನಮ್ದು ಅದು
ಕೀ ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಂದ ಉಂಟು, ಇವರದ್ದು ಜನರೇಟ್ ಆಗುವಾಗಲೇ ಉಂಟು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ಬಂತ? ಹಾಕು ನಂಗೆ ಮುಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ? ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸದ್ಯ ನೀವು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
There. People online, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I don't know. I got some thumbs up. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it's 11:30. We're done with most of the work. We only have 30 minutes left together. So I'll recap what we did so far. We sent the community an invitation to join a machine versus human competition for selecting codes. We didn't know, other than I personally only knew what Joel is working on. I had no idea what else in the community is going on in relation to using LLM to help us with the phenotyping and precisely selecting codes. I knew a little bit about what OHDSI and EPAM has already put as a product, which you saw from Daria. Within, I think it was like 3 weeks ago that we started like sending people, come on, if you guys doing anything in that field, can you come in, even people outside the community. We ended up with 4 arms of people who were ready to run LLM prompts and workflows to generate concept sets. We also, because we are part of OHDSI, we were lucky that we're like, what is a gold standard? Well, you need an expert. Where do we get these experts? And we're lucky in OHDSI because of the years of collaboration that within 1-2 weeks, we got 5 experts or 4 experts who raised their hand and said, we can help in this. So we're very grateful for them. And we were able to do that. So this morning, we have about 50 people who fill up their registration to come to the working group meeting. We usually expect 50% attrition, to be completely honest. So I expected somewhere between 20, if we're lucky, maybe 25 people to actually show up. At some point today, we were 55 people in this room. So that's a win already. So thank you for coming and sticking. We also start usually with, we always also usually start with people. The maximum we get at the beginning, 20 maybe people, and then after the break, we goes down to like 15, 10. So you guys all stick together, and we had 17 people now still online watching us. So also kudos for the people staying online, and thank you for joining us. And I know at some point we had like 50 people online. So that is great. We're very thankful for everybody who joined. We know you're doing this out of your own time. Nobody's being paid for being here. So that on its own is very incredible. Out of those 50 people who joined in, there were, Ben, correct me, 22 people? In the back of them.
Will has the distribution.
Will, correct me. Will, ooh, how many participants actually generated codes?
That actually did the whole process, check out. And if you still happen to have your release form and you have not given it to me, you're not including that count, so please catch up to me before you leave.
Okay, so we had, based on Will's computation, we had 22 people, 21 people who actually consented, were ready to roll up their sleeve and generate concept sets for phenotypes that they didn't know before walking into this room today, and were randomized too. So that's also another amazing achievement, that we had 21 participants from the community, not part of the workshop, didn't know anything about the workshop up to just registering for it, that were ready to use OHDSI tools to generate concept sets, and participated in this. You all generated the concept sets. We saw the disagreement and the agreement with the AI. We had 4 amazing AI researchers now that actually took up the challenge. You heard from Joel and Daria and Nico on their workflows. I was personally, I don't know about you, I know a lot about Joel's work, so I'm biased. But I was very impressed with the 2 other LLMs that we heard about today. And also thank you for the anonymous LLM researcher who also submitted his work or her work, but didn't feel that they want to declare who they are. So we're also grateful for that scientist. Okay, we saw that number 1, we learned already, I don't think we have it on the slide, but we learned already from Gaurav that we had disease that we have very good consistency between the LLM and the machine. It also had, and we had 94% consistency between the machines and the humans on the rheumatoid arthritis. Because of that great consistency, we were like, well, maybe we need the expert to actually judge those concepts that both LLM and human agreed upon. Let's not consider them gold standard because it seems like it's weird that 94% of the codes were actually consistent. So Liz here actually went through the full list of the rheumatoid arthritis and adjudicated those lists. So she will tell us what she found because she was the only expert who were actually sent not only the disagreement, but also all the full list of rheumatoid arthritis codes. So we can learn a little bit about what it means that both human and how good is that from an expert opinion. Okay, we also learned that we had conditions from about 5 conditions that had very, very poor overlap. And it was DVT. We had less than what was it, 24 or something like that. So basically, you're more likely to have an agreement if you just flip a coin, like worse than the chance. And we had 2 conditions that were a flip of a coin. So we learned that. The teams now are getting the adjudicated list, and based on the adjudicated list, which was now be considered the gold standard. So let me clarify, what is the gold standard that F scores will be computed upon? It is the list of code for every condition that consistent of the full agreement. So that's what we call intersection in logic. All the codes that all human, like the human arm and all 4 LLM arm included a code. If both the human and the 4 LLM code included a code, it becomes part of the gold list standard. Anything that they didn't agree on is the one that got adjudicated. So in addition to the full agreement, we're going to add to the gold standard list the codes that the adjudicator said they are true cases, true codes. So now the gold standard is basically a code list that consists of codes that LLM, ARMS, and humans included, plus an adjudicated included based on their opinion. And that would be the gold standard. Compared to that gold standard now, we're able to compute the performance of each LLM and each human, not each human, each table, each human table. Because we also split you, and we had two human concept set, we can also learn how much improvement we got between when a human work alone, when humans come together and have consensus. We in J&J learned that when we build concept set, because it's a slightly subjective task, we get to not actually, when we do it independently and we come back together, we have a lot of inconsistency. It always depends on what you're working on. I'm sure if you're working on, we learned that, yeah, rheumatoid arthritis seemed to be a not very big question. Yeah, go ahead. What about the chronic? Okay, let's turn your reflection. So what we want to do in the next 20 minutes, we want to hear your reflection on the process. So let's start with the participants, how you thought about it, how you selected code, and if you got to sit next to an adjudicated, adjudicating a different condition, but any reflection on the process, any reflection from that reconcile. There's many dimensions that are going to be generalizable across our condition. The idea of concept, the idea of chronic acute, the idea of exacerbation. So Ben, let's hear from you what you learned.
Yeah. So in the background, the team is extracting, has locked all the concept set expressions. DVT is pending. We can't do the analysis till DVT is done. So pressure on you, Evan.
I think
You can skip? All right.
You want to take the lunch? We have the next time.
Good. Some bonus time. All right.
So I was with the rheumatoid arthritis group, and we had some fairly similar criterion where we were looking primarily at the clinical concepts as SNOMED codes represented, valid, codes only, so we really kind of restricted it down. But the code specificity for defining a chronic disease is very different from when I sat over on the DVT table and we're trying to reconcile these codes, and we're really struggling because even though there was a fairly narrow specification in terms of the criterion that we had and the attributes we were looking for, the coding itself doesn't represent that. And there was, and we Evan was drilling down into the, you know, the representations to see what the numbers were for each of those codes and each of the expansions on those codes. And we were making literally decisions on, well, what might be the bias by having 300 people who have a non-acute, chronic DVT in a broader code set that had 17 million people with acute DVT, right? So, is there really, should we include that code or not? And I don't remember which way we went on that one particular, but again, there was a lot of deliberation because, these broader code concepts are harder when you're trying to define acute conditions that have a very narrow definition of, acute proximal DVT versus rheumatoid arthritis in general without, maybe juvenile RA. So this one.
No. Did you want it?
Wait, no, stop adjudication, Evan. Sorry, I forgot. Okay, you're done? You're not done. Oh, yeah. So,
He hasn't said anything that we haven't discussed. If we get more feedback on that, then you might change my mind. So adjudicate something else.
we're not adjudicating,
Or
just
discuss
reflecting.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Judy, hold on. Different topic, not the. Don't educate me, Judy.
Okay.
Have your education then.
Christiana, come on. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Judy, work on turn.
All right. Hello, everybody. Just to echo what Ben said, 'cause I think I'm saying a lot of the same things. This sheet proved to be invaluable for our group because it kept us grounded, kind of stressing the importance of having the question and the study design in your head when you're actually developing your concept set. Many times my table kind of waved the sheet in my face to remind me that I was a little bit off and kind of calibrated me to exclude some things. We were trying to enrich for active disease that was prevalent, that would be used for a comparative effectiveness study. And there were many codes such as, lupus in remission that would need to be excluded in that type of instance. Also echo Ben's comment about the number of cases. We didn't actually go so far as to quantifying it, but in my mind, like I know some things are just very esoteric. This is not coded this way. I suspect it was a very small count. And it would have been nice to have a column actually, not to critique anything, but if there was like a column of a count of cross data sources. This is a classic Gotham analysis. No, okay. But it would have been interesting. You can imagine almost maybe having some like pre-specified rules of like if this code exists in less than 1% of the data source you're looking at, like how relevant is it going to be? And I guess my last comment is that there were still like codes that I just didn't even recognize. So I've never seen it. I didn't even know it was a thing. We were kind of Googling some of these. So even a subject matter expert frequently gets stumped. So those are our takeaways.
I think, the challenge of the task really depends on the underlying accuracy of the codes. Like for diabetic macular edema, we know it's not coded well. A lot of cases with diabetic macular edema don't have it show up in the ICD codes or SNOMA codes at all, and vice versa, versus something like proliferative diabetic retinopathy. I just need 5 codes and then we're done. It's good as an outcome. It's good as an indication. So it's just a very different task depending on the disease. And just to echo a lot of the things that have been previously said, yeah, our decision about whether or not to include a concept concept in our concept set really depended on how we were thinking the phenotype would look, like what the logic would be for how to use these different concepts. So we spent a bunch of time debating clinically significant macular edema, which like for a retina specialist, I'm like, that's for sure diabetic macular edema. We should definitely include it. But my table was like, no, it does not say diabetes in there. You should not include it. So we debated back and forth, and we argued that because the prompt said we're only looking at adults with diabetes already, we could probably use a more inclusive and comprehensive set of concepts as just the diabetic macular edema, because we were already preconditioning on adults with diabetes. So.
I'm sure you guys have more thoughts. Let's see what else. Taylor?
I ended up doing two groups that were a little different because one had a lot of good overlaps other than it.
So I did RA and systemic sclerosis. They're both rheumatologic diseases. I'm a rheumatologist, so I, see and manage all of them. And then I just wanted to say our table got into like a really interesting discussion that is looking at it like 30,000 feet up. Is it time for this community to kind of educate the clinicians? I know this sounds really weird, but like we're domain experts, we're clinical experts, but when we're coding these visits, I am not thinking about how this is going to come out if we're looking at it from this end using LLMs or vocabularies or phenotypes. That is the last thing on my mind. And the reality of that is also that no matter how you choose to code your ICD, it's not going to translate to affecting complexity of the visit or even really the billing, which is, what institutions care about. That's how we get paid now. It's revenue driven. So there's like this big disconnect, but we have to balance. As clinicians, I also don't want to practice every single day second thinking about this because we have to prioritize the patient that's in front of us and closing the visit in a timely fashion, right? I can't spend 40 minutes thinking about how to do this. So, but there must be some way to like have this side of the community come together with the clinicians who are actually coding it to come up with the standard that is better so that there's less of these gaps that you found, especially in the very difficult diseases like lupus or systemic sclerosis. So that's just my very high level perspective. If that's another working group, sure, we can start another working group. I understand there are many. But overall, I think for rheumatoid arthritis, which is the primary disease I study and do research on and treat, fairly straightforward because as the name suggests, it's primarily an arthritis and there are less multisystemic involvements, including lung disease, which is probably the most concerning. That is a contrast from systemic sclerosis, which is skin, but it's also vascular. You have Raynaud's, you have lung disease, you have pulmonary arterial hypertension, you have all these other things. So much more complicated. And I do agree with the prior comments that it depends on what your construct is. And my guess is that when you wrote these study questions, you wanted to make it as diverse as possible because clinicians are going to be asking different questions. So, but much of what I decided to rule in and out was based on that, and not necessarily on clinically what I think would be sensible or make sense all the time. But that's a true reflection, I think, because then, yes, you do have to tailor it to the study question that you're asking, right? Unless you're being very broad about it. So that's kind of what I felt. But really, again, going back to, I think, my first comment about just the whole how to do this better and how to create, how to decrease the amount of disagreement and all this data sorting that we have to do. Should we target the source first, which is the clinicians who are coding? And can we set up some meetings here or whatever, thought groups or whatever you want to call it, to really think about this? Because I can just tell you as the, one of 3 or 4 clinicians in the room, that is the last thing that we're thinking about. And perhaps we should, if you're an observational data researcher and you're a clinician, I care about both ends. So maybe we should, do that. But I don't know. I welcome any thoughts or perspectives. We can talk later. I also love like the fact that you guys picked so many rheumatologic diseases, recognizing that they're hard. It's not like no offense to hypertension, but hypertension or diabetes. So I think this effort is great. I actually think this kind of stuff should be written up and published. I know that it will be welcomed in the rheumatology sort of AI working research groups and spaces, because I honestly think our field was a little late to join this wave of AI, and we're doing it. But if you want to do some kind of overview of like the most difficultly coded rheumatologic diseases, let's do it. You have like 2 of us here, and we could get more people. I do want to comment on something Liz said about the selection of codes. It's actually, maybe it's just the human nature of how like imperfect we are as a species. But we use a lot of codes to do our research, right? And one of the things we always think of is like, wait, to understand what the code is in reality being used for, like what is that source of truth of what is the code actually representing? And there are actually so many documents of like the code manual. And you would think that that is the truth, right? When you actually go over those coding manuals in ICD-10 and ICD-9, they're actually pretty granular. Like they like give you all these rules, like you only use this code if you're, but in real practice, that's not how clinician is selecting codes.
So Dr. Bandian here, and I used to work for Blue Cross Blue Shield a long time ago. He worked for the Blue Health Intelligence and several Blues. One was one of my mentors, and when I was in South Carolina, billing codes. When you the CPT4 codes, the HCPCS codes, and even the NDC codes, there are deliberate reasons to make a choice. And if that is if you choose a code that you cannot justify, you get into trouble. But if you choose a code that for diagnosis, you don't get into trouble. So the precision and the effort that is put to diagnosis code is significantly less than the precision for procedure codes. And that's just the nature of the billing system, because all you need is something adjacent to the procedure you're doing, not the precision. But on contrast, the electronic health record system, where you type in the patient experience or dictate or ambient listening, in that context, the precision is important because that's a legal document. The condition code is not a legal document. So that's why we see some of these things in structured data, but real world data includes the unstructured data also. And with large language models interpreting them and converting them into structured data, the evolution of this field of science is going to be on a different trajectory, I think. Most of the Blue Cross still are on mainframe, COBOL. Yeah.
Judith, she's leaving without telling us her in.
All right. So we made an executive decision as investigators to cut DVD.
You want to call her to give her this?
Judy, you have a few minutes on her comment.
We also want to hear from Judy, because her experience is, at the end of the day, we're doing research, clinical research using observational data for a purpose. It's just not to have fun, right? We want to learn about our patients, and in one place in safety, we want to know about the safety of all the medical interventions out there. So if we to use our data, we eventually like we gotta have that microscope to see how good the data, and then we want to have this 200 feet above to know, is it ever going to be useful given all those limitations?
So the thing with the DVT is the thing that was specified was acute proximal DVT. So the thigh, right? But there are codes that said lower extremity DVT. So like the thigh is in the lower extremity. So if you include lower extremity, are you being overly inclusive, because some of those lower extremity are going to be in the distal part of the leg? Or if you exclude lower extremity, then you're going to miss some of the ones in the proximal. So by requiring it that it be focused on that, I guess the question is, does it If you, I mean, and perhaps the proximal thigh DVTs are more likely to break off and become a pulmonary embolism. So maybe there is a reason to try to make that distinction. But by trying to make that distinction, you know, if you just said lower leg DVT, I think it would have been a lot easier to get agreement. And Evan, obviously, you can reflect on what your thinking is here. But anyway, I think that made it hard to decide what the scope should be by having these more kind of broad or non-specific codes that, you know, you don't know which way to go, you know, to include or to exclude.
If you look into challenges, a lot of codes loaded on those more.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I have a tree.
Yes, go. Sorry. Thank you so much.
To add to Judy's observation, there's a when you look at that hierarchy, there's a lot of record counts that are loaded on those more broad terms, right? And the vast majority, if you dig into it, and even if you assume that, because within that concept of lower extremity, you do see distal DVT and proximal DVT, with the vast majority of those loaded on proximal DVT. So if you assume that distribution applies to the more general concept, you would, you definitely, I would say 98% of them are probably proximal DVT. But, and the additional challenges you're thinking about this as a concept set, not as your phenotype algorithm in totality. So you have a specification. Do I just stick with that specification, knowing that I will be definitely missing proximal DVTs by not including that more general term, but also knowing that if I'm making a whole phenotype algorithm, I have the opportunity to add additional logic and additional concept sets that could probably capture that, and that could be tested in the data. So I found that to be, quite difficult to adjudicate.
I can add a little color to the thinking process. So I selected the proximal DVT, and that was a debate that Aza and I had, very serious, and it.
Weekend before.
So the clinical idea that I wanted to introduce was malignancy-induced thrombosis and embolism. And that's a topic because patients who have malignancy have deep vein thrombosis. And that's, but then Aza was like, that is too difficult to explain and too difficult to understand and absolutely not practical to execute in this 4-hour period. So we had to take a pragmatic choice, and we made this choice to make it proximal deep vein thrombosis. But there was, these are lessons that we have learned. And one of the things that we want to explore as a community is we've looked at concept set in isolation, not cohort definition. Phenotype February is about cohort definitions, complex cohort definitions. If we prepare in advance and agree on clinical ideas like that is meaningful, like Judy explained, then we can phenotype them using both human and AI, because as Darius showed you, there are tools that can do cohort definitions. So, and then we have tools like p-evaluator that's able to assess the performance across a network of data sources. And now we can rank order algorithms built by humans and AI as part of Phenotype February 2026.
And we want to hear from people. Oh yeah, here.
Yeah, this is off topic, but not entirely. So the point I'm making here is it's not at all unusual to see multiple different codes being reported for the same exact clinical problem. And so at some point, different logical stream, but I've sort of addressed this in prior work. So at some point, there is something to be said for looking at the different codes that are reported, in this case, for some venous thrombosis situations, and trying to identify what we think is the most authoritative characterization of what that is. So at least some of what we might be seeing in terms of imprecise codes, like disappear, so to speak, if we were looking for that same patient in the same time and finding perhaps kind of like, why would anyone report deep venous thrombosis of the lower extremity? That may actually be one of several codes that were reported, and that the exact location of the venous thrombosis might have been reported in another record, and that some of the problem that we're looking at in terms of ambiguity might be resolvable by having a
Totality of picture.
Which again, I've worked on in the past, and perhaps that might be relevant here. Just saying, right? No, it's a little off topic, but
No, it's not off topic at all. It's actually, it's actually very, very relevant. And if you know anything about phenotyping in Odyssey, at least, we always, again, we don't think of phenotypes as code lists. We think of them as phenotypes. And we don't think that any phenotype, no matter how great, you make some design choices when you create your phenotype. And you might spend some time saying, I want this code, but without looking into the data, that the idea that there are things that overlap and can exist on the same person is already in your data, and you can actually see that. So one of the way you're going to evaluate those choices, if you follow kind of the workflow we're trying to do in Odyssey phenotyping, is you run the different design choices with certain concepts, without the certain concepts in your data source. And sometimes you learn that that old discussion about certain granularity doesn't matter, because the people who have this code also have that code. So it technically is not going to affect the patients you're going to eventually end up selecting in the data. So if one thing I learned in the last 10 years, that when we start to discuss things clinically and conceptually without looking at the data, many times we spend our time in things that will not affect your design eventually, because things co-occur and so forth. Okay.
All right, so I'm refreshing aggressively because I've been told that the results has been loaded. Okay. Don't even know.
Nobody looked at it. Could be totally invalid.
This is preliminary results. We're doing it on the fly.
We did not look at it before. Okay, let's see. So we have up score. Okay, and we have them already weighted. They are weighted by the record count. So if a code